Recording in progress.
All right, Council, we're going to call this Tuesday, June 16th City Council meeting to order. If the clerk will please call the roll.
Councilmember Amy Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Roisin O'Farrell.
Here.
Mayor Josh Amato.
Here.
Councilmember Kent Treen.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Boyer.
Here.
Councilmember Pam Stewart.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Debbie Treen.
Here.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Boyer, will you please lead us in the pledge?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember O'Farrell, will you please read the land acknowledgement statement?
Absolutely. Okay, my apologies. We acknowledge that we are on the Indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Snoqualmie Indian tribe. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you very much. And do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And now we will go to public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to give your public comment. When I call your name, please make your way up to the podium. I'll call 3 people at a time. If you're able and willing, you can line up behind the podium and sit in those chairs. Once you get to right at the 3-minute mark, I'll flip my mic on and start to talk you off the podium. Up first is Mary Wichter, followed by Doug Nelson, and then Karen Howe.
Hi, this is Mary Wichter. I've lived in Sammamish 25 years. So tonight I'm speaking on there should not be any fire hydrant obstructed or blocked anywhere in the city of Sammamish. As of the code that's adopted, that happens in most of the city, but in the 20% of private roads, it doesn't. So I have read before the 2021 code interpretation. I've given you samples from the other Issaquah, Bellevue, Redmond, and Kirkland of things that they've done, and I'd really like to have some action on it. To make the point even more important, because it's safety first and things need to be safer, there have been 2 fires recently that occurred just within 3 weeks of each other. There was a May 10th Madison Apartments fire, and that only burnt 1 unit. It was the upper unit, and it burnt out through the attic, but the 2 people had life-threatening injuries and went to Overlake and Harborview. And there were 6 other units that were affected, and there were 20 people that were displaced. So I think that we need to try to avoid them whenever we can. That one was lucky because the fire people Eastside Fire and Rescue was actually driving to a training, and they saw it, so there wasn't even a 911 call. They saw it from the smoke. The second fire was one in Redmond, but it's close. It's on 202 heading to Tolt Road. That one had started at 3 in the morning. Fires can happen at any time. And I believe 10 different aid agencies responded. And in those pictures, you'll see a tremendous amount of flames. The firefighters had to fight the building fires from outside. There are actually 2 buildings consumed and 15 vehicles. And if you look at those pictures, particularly the last ones, and read the last screens, the fire people need a place to work. They need to be able to park their engines in their cars, and if they don't have it through people blocking or parking before that, it really slows response. And in the screen captures that I took off my phone, it tells you what the firefighters had to worry about for themselves. So while they are wonderful people who really will go out and do everything they can, we need to do all that we can to make sure that it's pretty safe for them to get there anytime. So I'm speaking to that again. I did speak at the Planning Commission, so if you wanted to see the last thing I read, I put it on there. It's just that like you can have a new neighborhood where new houses are in, there's some code for that, but if you have somebody that moves out, or if you have an older neighborhood on private roads and somebody doesn't like them, just having them build a fence across the road is just not acceptable. The people that own the land do need to have it open for a fire access apparatus road. So I hope that you will look at that. I'm willing to work with anybody, any of the council members, and I was hoping that Scott McCall would put it in his last thing to save Inglewood and save Tamarack too. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Doug?
Yes.
And then Karen, and then Celia Wu.
All right. Good evening. My name's Doug Nelson. I'm the current member of the Rotary Club of Sammamish. I'm here tonight to express our sincere gratitude to City Manager McCall, Anjali Meyer, and Emily Scott of Parks and Recreation Department, and the many city employees who have helped make our annual Christmas tree lot a success. Because of the city's partnership and support, we've been able to work with Microsoft since 2023 to utilize the parking lot in front of the 120 building for our Christmas tree lot. Prior to that, we operated on a muddy field in front of the building, and prior to that, Pine Lake Park. The parking lot locations made a tremendous difference. It's safer, it's more accessible, easier for volunteers, and allows us to operate a more successful fundraiser. This support has a direct impact on the community. In 2025, we set a record by selling more than 600 Christmas trees, generating $30,000 that Sammamish Rotary reinvests directly into local programs and services. In addition to those funds, Sammamish Rotarians contribute hundreds of volunteer hours each year, serving students, seniors, family, and community organizations. What might seem like a simple accommodation, a parking lot for a few weeks a year, has enabled Rotary to generate tens of thousands of dollars and countless volunteer hours in service to our community. The city's support costs very little, but the return to Sammamish is substantial. As the city discusses the future of the 120 building, we hope the council will continue to recognize the value that community partnerships can create. Our experience with the Christmas tree lot demonstrates how public, private, and nonprofit organizations can work together to benefit Sammamish residents. The site has become more than just a parking lot. It's become a place where community service is made possible. On behalf of the Rotary Club of Sammamish, thank you for your continued support. And we look forward to continuing our work to strengthen our community and service our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Karen, and then Celia, and then Heather Murphy-Rains.
Good evening. My name is Karen Howe. I'm a long-term resident here in Sammamish, and my remarks are my own alone and do not represent the boards and committees that I serve on for King County. And I'm only speaking to one person here tonight. I'm speaking to Scott McCall. So you can listen if you want to, but this is really earmarked for you, Scott. I'm late getting here because of my shift ran long at Children's Hospital working with some kids. But I took a few minutes while they took naps or while they continued to spit up on me to sit down and kind of jot a couple of notes that I wanted to say tonight to you. It's been a privilege, my privilege, to work with you for 4 years. I learned so much. I'm grateful for that opportunity. I wanted you to sit back and recognize how much we accomplished together, not just roads and trails and parks and fields and public safety and protecting animals and even protecting humans, for heaven's sake. It goes further than that. For me, working with you has been the intersection of purpose and action becoming integrity, because everything you did, you held your integrity and helped us understand what we had to get done. What I was particularly impressed with is you helped us understand when we had to make the really tough call that waiting on a decision forever was causing irreparable harm, and that we had to just figure out how we were going to make the tough call, better jobs on it, and then make the tough decisions to move forward as a city. And for that, I'm grateful, because it forced us to find our own courage when it deserted many of us most of the time. So for that, I appreciate you deeply. I appreciate my time with you. And because of you, I feel like I'm in a terrific position now with the boards I'm on with King County, because I learned so much. I can apply it. And because of the work I'm doing now, it'll have a further and deeper impact because it will be statewide and not just the county. So I'll leave you with just this one quote that has stuck with me. It's from a famous Bangalore poet, Tagore. I slept and dreamt that life was joy, and I awoke and I saw that life was service. I acted and behold, service was joy. May you find joy in your new position. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you for your comments. Celia, then Heather, and Jaewoo Chow, and Jerry Garcia.
Okay, great. Celia Wu from Sammamish. Councilmember Stewart, before I came to this podium, I came to you privately. On July 9th last year, I emailed you sworn evidence of my innocence in the Kimsey case, the affidavit of Archive Social COO establishing that Ms. Sarah Howe Kimsey's comments were never deleted, and my declaration signed under penalty of perjury with 11 pages of exhibits of time-stamped screenshots taken by paralegals showing Ms. Kimsey's comments plainly visible. In that email, I extended you grace. I gave you the benefit of a doubt that you may not have understood the case when you first spoke about it. I asked you to stand with me in setting the record straight. But instead, 2 days later, on July 11th, you publicly accused me of violating citizens' First Amendment rights. Since then, I have appeared before you 5 times, and each time followed up with an email asking for a correction. I have documented not only my innocence, but the harm these accusations have caused. Threats to my employment from former elected officials Jason Ritchie and Don Gerand, and a threat of imprisonment from plaintiff Catherine Freudenberg. Your response? Complete silence. You spoke at the last council meeting about being kind to one another, and yet you have publicly accused me, a constituent, of breaking the law, and refused to even acknowledge my requests. You are an elected official. We entrust you to adhere to the highest standards of ethical conduct. If you were falsely accused of breaking the law, you would defend yourself. That is all I am doing. I am asking nothing of you that you would not demand for yourself. I will follow this comment with another email to you and the council. I will attach the email that I wrote to you directly on July 9th, 2025. I am not asking for a public apology, even though I think I deserve one. I am asking you for one sentence, acknowledging that you misspoke when you publicly accused me of violating citizens' First Amendment rights. I hope that this time you respond. If not, I will keep coming back. I will continue to hold you accountable for falsely accusing me of breaking the law. Thank you very much for listening.
We have Heather, then Jaewoo and Jerry, and then Paul Stickney.
Good evening, Heather Murphy-Raines, 20-year Sammamish resident. During the election, SOS advocated for meaningful change, not merely a new council majority, which was achieved, but a change in how City Hall operates. Residents asked for accountability, responsible spending, stronger leadership, and transparent government focused on essential services and resident priorities, not developers or turning Sammamish into a regional growth center. We were recently told last week that staff scoring system for transportation capital improvement projects was adopted by the council 2 years ago, but it was created under a former majority that too often prioritized developer incentives and bicycle lanes while families remained stuck in traffic, traveling to work, school, medical appointments, and daily activities. That scoring system is not permanent or untouchable. Review it publicly and determine whether it reflects the priorities residents voted for. Congestion relief, safety, and critical road improvements must carry real weight, not be pushed aside by criteria that produce predetermined results. There's also a growing disconnect between what residents are asked to fund and what they receive. We are told resources are limited, yet staffing positions, consultants, administrative costs, and workplace expectations do not appear to reflect that reality. The acting, interim, and permanent city managers should conduct serious department-by-department reviews of staffing, vacancies, consultants, duplicated duties, and overhead. Cuts should be with bureaucracy, not public safety, roads, parks, recreation, or direct services. The first response should not be another fire or parks bond, more debt, or passing the cost to taxpayers who are already stretched thin. There also appears to be a disconnect between community struggles and staff who have not fully returned to work in our community. Residents deserve public servants who are accessible face-to-face and available daily. Fiscal discipline does not mean abandoning community priorities. Building 120 could become a true community center offering youth and senior programs, recreation, education meetings, and gathering space. Do not treat this popular idea as low-hanging fruit to cut and sell while pursuing unpopular bonds. Reduce department costs and develop a fiscally sustainable hybrid community and commercial center. Please also ask residents whether park capital funds should purchase undeveloped land for conservation parks, trails, forests, and wildlife habitat rather than yet another ball field. I was deeply concerned to hear Councilmember Pam Stewart ask whether UW wildlife corridor maps could exclude or guide cougars away from Sammamish. These maps should protect wildlife movement, not map wildlife out of our community. This echoes Lin Yang's suggestion that bears simply be relocated to national parks. Both ideas feel disconnected from our community that loves its forests and wildlife. We expect safe roads, fiscal discipline, responsive government, meaningful community facilities, and environmental stewardship.
Thank you for your comments.
And Celia needs an apology.
Jay Wow and Jerry, and then Paul.
Hi, Mayor Josh and City Council members. So we are from the community called the Crest on the Plateau. We are located right next to Northeast Sahali Way. And we are representing 56 houses of our community. And we are here to bring something to your attention about the safety. I already sent an email to Josh and the City Council members as a written comment, and also sent an email to the public work directors as well. We are very concerned about the safety because there is no crossroad that allow us to cross the Sahali Way. There is always the very near miss car accident situation. So I live right next to the Sahali Way, and I hear like honking and the screeching noise almost every day. And there has been massive car accident there because the car trying to turn left, there was a blind spot, and the car didn't see the car coming to that. So that's happening every day, and we understand that there has been multiple studies, and the study never moved to implementation since 1990s. So there are a lot of long-lived residents in our community. They said that they give up, that will never be implemented. We understand that there is a study going on called the Northeast Sahali Way Corridor Improvement Plan, but I requested two things. The first one is that please move from the study phase into design and implementation. And the second thing is that I would like to suggest implement a cheaper and a faster safety measurement before the Sahali Way Corridor Improvement Plan, because the plan is quite big, massive, multi-year plan and requires a lot of money. Why don't we just make a quick implementation which can, provide safety, something like marked crossroad with the 2 blinkers on the sideway. So here's my daughter, Sayan, and she is commuting to her school every day, and she always sad because she couldn't cross the road to meet her friend. Many of her friends are living in the Heritage Hills, right across the Sahali Way, but she cannot cross the road. What do you think?
I can't cross the road because it was too dangerous, and there's cars coming from both sides, so I can't really
Yeah, there's a continuous stream of traffic. And cars, the speed limit is 45 mph. And you know that in the morning, evening, the cars are rushing like sometimes 60 mph. It's almost, we are almost risking our life every day. And this is Jerry. So he's a long-lived resident of our community.
Good evening, Jerry Garcia. I lived in the Sammamish community for 21 years and in the Crest for over 12 years. Since 2012. Been there for a while, seen multiple generations raise our children through the community, and had this conversation many times. People eventually give up. I know our times do.
You can keep going. You're a different person, so you have additional time if you'd like to talk. Yeah, go for
great.
it.
I think it's just emphasizing the point that Jawan has made here. We've seen many of our neighbors raise their kids, starting at really young ages, desire for them to be able to walk across the street and spend time with their friends and walk over to school. We ourselves have taken public transportation and risk our life every time we're trying to cross over from the bus stop. We have many community members that have pets that have to gamble to cross the street to walk their pets. And I know it's been an ongoing effort for multiple years, for many decades at this point. So we would like to prioritize safety, and that's our request as a community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, Paul.
Oh, there's a telephone up here. Okay. Here you go, you betcha. Good evening, City Council. Paul Stickney, Sammamish. Today I turned in a handout about 5 or 6 years ago that talks about 3 different ways to tip on growth. But what's in the middle is information. And that's the information that we've never had to make a good decision on which way to tip. So I'm going to chat a bit about this, as well as Baskin Robbins and horseshoes. So my ask is what I asked last week, is that to the work plan and to the comp plan, come up with a process to evaluate data and decide whether or not to add market rate housing targets for stages of life and future generations over and above the affordable housing in our comprehensive plan. There's a lot of consequences, which is on the back side of this page, that are very different if we add this housing or not. What is some of the information to get to do this? First off, I will say it's not 100% certain. It's a bit like horseshoes, which I also mentioned. And that is, we can get close to the ring, but we should do that rather than not even aiming for it and get the data we need to make the choice. Do we add market rate housing that our community needs, not that the region needs? But we need to study housing needs for economic, demographic, and workforce housing. What do they want with surveys and other data? The pros and cons of meeting it, the consequences of meeting it, and most important of all, getting enlightened public opinion based on data and consequences. So another issue is that, what does it mean in short summary? I have a lot more online, but in short summary, one-time revenues for the city of what I'm talking about is $185 million over the comp plan period. Recurring revenues after A, B, and C housing are built out, about $15 million a year. And the average value per person who can downsize and stay is about $3,000 a month per unit. So I have turned in some data on the May 15th Planning Commission meeting. Take a look at those 3 segments that are all compilations. One is about meeting housing needs, the other is about meeting fiscal imbalance, and the third is correcting trip generation data in all the centers. So that's my
Thank you for your comments.
shotgun comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else in the audience who did not sign in but would like to give public comment, please come to the podium. I see no movement. Do we have anyone online for pre-registered public comment?
We have no pre-registered public commenters online tonight, so I turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Up next, the council has an executive session on the agenda pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)I to discuss potential litigation with legal counsel. We expect this to take about 20 minutes, and no action is anticipated following the executive session. You'll see us back here at, what is that? 7:15. Don't do math on camera.
Check, check.
Oh, good, good.
All right, folks, we're going to get started here again. All right, we are back from executive session. It is 7:16, and I am looking at this point for a motion to approve the consent calendar. And I've got Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, could I remove the 32nd Street Sidewalk Gap Project? I believe it's item number 8 from consent, please. And then I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay, yes, we will move item number 8 in the consent agenda, the 32nd Street Sidewalk, and make it number 17 under new business. And there's been a motion to approve the consent in the second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, and up next, we will be recognizing our outgoing city manager, and we will all be moving from the dais over to that table over there.
Ready for your close-up.
Should I lean in and look at the cake?
Someone could smash your face into the cake if you want it.
Let's pass on that.
Okay.
It's
Not,
something of that sound.
not the vibe. Sure.
I would say.
Says you. So here you can be on one side and a couple of you can be on the other. And then I'll take a group photo after the mayor's done speaking. Yes, so you can see the cake.
Cake is all important. Do you want to stand by your cake?
Really? He's not a cake guy. Well, I mean, I am, but it's the focal point of my photo collection.
All right, here. So just want to take a moment to recognize our outgoing city manager. Are we taking photos now or throughout? Okay. It looked like some posing was happening there. So
They got it over here.
okay. And usually when I'm reading something, I'm hidden behind the dais, but here I'll be in front of you all reading some things. Before coming to the city of Sammamish, our city manager, Scott McCall, had a long career in public service, working for the Washington State House of Representatives, Seattle City Council, and the city of Shoreline. Scott originally joined the city of Sammamish as deputy city manager in May 2021. Beginning in April 2022, he served as interim city manager, and then in January 2023, the city council appointed him permanent city manager, and we heard from one of the prior mayors here about the impact he had on her while she was here. He served the city of Sammamish for 5 years. He set the foundation for the work we've been doing on fiscal sustainability, jumping into the job fully aware of the challenges ahead. It can't be overstated that he has led this city during the most fiscally challenging time we've had. But these last few years, he's built the foundation to set the city on a financially stable path. Scott has also led the way as the city adopted an award-winning budget and comprehensive plan. He's seen that new turf fields were installed at Inglewood Middle School and Eastlake High School. He's a familiar face at many city events, including Fourth on the Plateau, Earth Day, and our Farmers Market. If you ask him what his favorite part of the job is, he'll tell you that it's the people, his staff. Scott has been a vocal supporter of staff and of collaboration that happens across all departments. His last day with the city will be June 18th, and he'll join the city of Auburn as the city administrator. They are very lucky to have him. Scott, thank you very much for everything you've done for the city and for your time and dedication in advocating for the projects our community relies on and enjoys every day, and for being a tireless advocate for your staff. Sammamish is much better prepared to handle the challenges before us because of your stewardship. We wish you the best of luck at Auburn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you like to have this, or where am I? You do not have to.
See now, Mayor, the staff knows if you hand me a microphone, I'm gonna speak. I think it's hardwired in me. No, I just wanted to say, overall, it's not just the people on the staff, which is very, very true. And I want to thank the entire leadership team that's sitting in the back of the room for being here tonight. But it's also the community members, the passion in the community. You can see it every day. People care a lot about the city and how it looks and feels and operates. And I think that's what we've tried to bring every day when we come to work, is we capture that same passion for the community. And so mostly I want to just say thank you. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to work here and be part of your community, and try to, I'm a Boy Scout from way back, and we started early on with the motto of make it better than you found it. And so that's always been how I've tried to approach these jobs in public services, to always try to make it better than you found it when you, for whatever reason, move along. So hopefully I've made the community better, and in a positive way, and for the everyone in the room and those that participate in other ways, our volunteers, folks that come in and work our events and things like that. I just want to say a big thank you, because it's the people in the community that make the community, and it's a great one.
Scott, I know it's not an easy job. You get a lot of feedback, whether you ask for it or not. But I do want to just say thank you. You took over this job during COVID. You managed us through unprecedented inflation that we haven't seen since I was a small child, and probably since at least one member of the council was not probably yet born.
Thank you for noticing.
And we had a bomb cyclone, which I didn't even know what one was until it hit. So you rallied the staff to come and be here for the community when our former emergency manager hadn't really left a plan for that. So we appreciate you pulling all that together and leading us through some of those challenges. So really appreciate it. And yeah, Auburn's lucky I'm going to harass Nancy now. So thanks.
Thank you.
I was just going through the list of all the plans that we adopted, all the strategic plans that we adopted in the last 4 years, starting with our comp plan, which was a pretty heavy lift, to our climate action plan, to our PROS plan, our art strategic plan, our bike and pedestrian plan, transit plan, transportation master plan. And there's probably a couple I probably didn't list. I think that really showcases the amount of amazing work that Scott has guided us through, and all of them are really foundational to our city, and it touches across almost everything that we do. So I'm really grateful to have been a part of that.
Well, thank you very much. And we will be taking a 10-minute recess. Everyone's invited to come enjoy some cake, and we'll be returning at 7:34. Thank you.
Yes. Council, we have 1 minute remaining. If you could return to the dais in 1 minute, thank you. Council, the time is 7:35. If you could please return to the dais, we'll continue the council meeting. Thank you.
Hello, council. If we could have you back up here, please. Thank you. Michael and I are going to make all the decisions. Okay, the time is now 7:36 and the council is back from recess. Deputy Mayor, if you could please read the Juneteenth proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates June 19, 1865, when Union troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the enforcement of the emancipation of enslaved African Americans more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. And whereas the day serves as an important reflection on the history of slavery, emancipation, and the ongoing pursuit of equality and justice in the United States, and whereas Juneteenth celebrations often include symbols that honor African American history and cultural heritage, two flags commonly associated with the observance of the Pan-African flag, first introduced in 1920 as a symbol of unity and liberation for people of African descent worldwide, and the official Juneteenth flag, created in 1997 and later refined in 2000. The Juneteenth flag represents freedom, renewal, and the enduring connection of Black Americans to the broader American story. And whereas the City of Sammamish will raise the official Juneteenth flag in recognition of this history and as a public acknowledgement of the significance of freedom, equity, and civic inclusion, the observance also provides an opportunity for education, reflection, and community dialogue about the nation's past and the shared responsibility to support a more just and inclusive future. Now, therefore, Josh Amato, as mayor of the city of Sammamish, hereby proclaims Friday, June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the city of Sammamish, and urge all community members to recognize the significance of Juneteenth and the values of dignity, freedom, and equal opportunity that it represents.
Thank you very much. Our next item is unfinished business, the fiscal sustainability conversation. Vicki Carlson and Rachel Bianchi leading us tonight.
Okay, good evening. For the record, Vicki Carlson, Finance Director. Just waiting to get the presentation set up here. Okay, I think we're set. So let's see if this clicker works. Aha, perfect. So this is a continuation of the conversation we've been having on our structural imbalance and fiscal sustainability. So tonight we always should start with recapping the issue. So we're going to go through a recap of what the operating budget imbalance is. We're going to follow it up with two different discussions. So at the last meeting we were in front of you, we heard majority support for a Metropolitan Park District. So we're going to give kind of a high-level overview of what that looks like. And that's one bookend. The other bookend is not adding revenue, but looking at expenditure reduction only. So we have an example of what that would look like to go through. So just as a reminder, background is, the structural imbalance is in the general fund operating budget. And what it means is that ongoing revenues are not projected to meet ongoing expenditures after the next biennium. So starting in the 29-2030 biennium, that's when we will flip upside down. It is a structural imbalance. It is a structural problem because our biggest revenue sources, which mainly is property tax, over 50% of our budget, grows at a slower rate than expenditures, right? Property taxes is restricted to 1% plus new construction, whilst expenditures tend to trend up with CPI and other inflationary increases. We are not the only government that is facing this. This is very similar to a lot of governments across the state of Washington and in fact across the country. This is not unique to Sammamish. Actions taken by prior councils and by the Fiscal Sustainability Task Force bought us time to deal with this. As you remember, it was a three-pronged approach for this. The first prong was to do budget reductions, which we did in the last biennium. The second one was council action, which was a utility tax. And then the third prong of fiscal sustainability through the planning window was to implement a voter-approved measure, and the majority voted for the MPD. So, and also as a reminder, it is on ongoing costs compared to ongoing revenues. Looking at the 2025-2026 budget, approximately 92% of our budget is considered ongoing, and the box on the left identifies the costs that are considering ongoing operational. One-time costs that are not contributing to the problem are one-time plans and studies, specific projects. The example we have up here is the new website that's needed because of the ADA compliance or accessibility compliance, and then some professional services. What is also not contributing to the problem are certain capital projects, including transportation, parks, stormwater, because those all have dedicated revenue sources. And general government is not contributing to the problem either because we have existing fund balance, which is considered one time, which is funding those general government projects. So again, we have three options to adjust and address our fiscal sustainability problem. One of them is to add revenues to maintain the existing level of services. The other is to do program and service reductions to live within our existing revenue sources, or the third option is a combination of those two. So we're going to talk about the bookends tonight. So the timing of this one, we do have the operating budget again that's projected to be balanced through this next biennium, meaning our ongoing revenues will meet ongoing expenditures, but we do need to take steps before it goes upside down in the next biennium. So what we're going to be looking for is direction from you on which direction you want to go, right? Do you want to look for new revenues? Do you want to have only expenditure reductions? Do you want to have a combination of both? And we were looking for direction by next month so we can actually bring forward a budget that reflects your desires. So we've all seen this chart many times. This just graphically shows what the problem in front of us is. It shows that we do go upside down in the following biennium, and it shows our limited revenue growth and our significant expenditure growth. And a reminder, when we did these projections, these are based off of King County economic forecast projections, so that's localized. And it does project a recession in a couple years. I think it's in 2029 or 2030. So that's built in, but again, you can see our revenues just do not increase at the same pace as our expenditures do. As we build the budget, we will be updating this chart with new numbers, but for now, this is the same chart you've always seen. So again, we're going to talk about the bookends. So the first bookend we're going to talk about is the Metropolitan Park District. On May 12th, when we reviewed the different revenue options available, we looked at revenues that were large, generate a lot of money, medium and small revenue options. There was council support to look at a metropolitan park district, so that's what we're going to talk about at a high level tonight. Council also expressed interest in the economic development, so there is a task force that's included in the draft 2027-2028 work plan. And then also there's an economic analysis on town center that's currently underway. The plan is to have that finished and by the time the budget comes to you, the beginning of September, so we can incorporate that information into the budget you see. So at a high level, a metropolitan district provides consistent dedicated funding sources for management of parks and recreation, maintenance of parks, improvements to parks, trails, and recreation programs. So basically anything that can be associated with a park or recreation program can be included in a metropolitan park district, plus any administrative cost to run the metropolitan park districts. From a high-level perspective, metropolitan park districts can levy up to 75 cents per thousand of assessed value. That's per state law. It does have to be approved by voters with a simple majority. It does not have to validate. And council does have flexibility to determine what goes into the metropolitan park district, right? It can be parks only, it could be recreation only, it could be both, it could be capital, just maintenance. One of the things we would be looking for, if this is the preferred approach to go forward, we would be looking forward to form a committee to look at what would actually go into the metropolitan park district so we can do the calculations on what it would cost a taxpayer. So how would the MPD function? It would functionally be the same as part of the city. It would not change in how we do business. The metropolitan park district boundaries would almost mirror the cities. We do have a metropolitan park district on the east side, which is Falls City MPD, which carves out a small portion. You cannot be in two metropolitan park districts at the same time, so the boundaries are almost 100% the cities, except for this small little section off on the east side. The way it would be structured is staff would still work for the city. We would provide all of the services to the Metropolitan Park District and then bill the Metropolitan Park District for those costs. What it essentially does is it provides a dedicated funding source for those programs. Under this structure, council would also act as the board of directors for the MPD, so you would have two hats. You would have a council meeting hat and then a board meeting hat for the MPD. So on this slide, there are several cities that have a metropolitan park district. We did not list all of them. We tried to pick out the larger ones that were up and down the I-5 corridor, kind of on this side of the mountains. It's our understanding that there are other cities that are also exploring going forward with a metropolitan park district. So again, this is not a comprehensive list, but it is a representative list of cities that currently have a metropolitan park district in place. There is a lot of work that goes into preparing for a metropolitan park district. It's a significant lift by staff. We have to engage the community. So we would be looking for a community task force that would operate for several months, probably well over a year. A large public engagement effort to kind of set the stage as to why we need this, and then look at all the avenues for what would go into the Metropolitan Park District, community vetting process. You do have to take formal action to place the measure on the ballot. And given the amount of work that needs to go into this, the earliest we would be looking for a ballot measure would be the general election in 2028. This is on the chart. This shows you what a Metropolitan Park District only, so again, this is the bookend. If you want to continue providing the same level of services and add a revenue source, this is what it would look like. It does provide fiscal sustainability through the 10-year planning window. Starting in 2036, we would have to have more conversations on what to do going forward. You'll see on this chart that the lines cross roughly 2029. If the vote is in the end of 2028, it does not meet the deadline to get the property tax in place for 2029. So funding would not start coming in until 2030. That's why you see the sudden dip in 2030 and not 2029. So this is what, again, bookend, this is what it would look like if it was revenue to solve the fiscal sustainability. This is illustration only. And just for the calculations, based on where we are today with our budget, it would be approximately 26 cents, and it would be all of parks, all of recreation, the events, and administrative overhead to fund to do the HR, IT, finance piece of it. So that's where we are today. And I do want to state, just for full transparency, we have seen the proposed budget for fire. So depending on where that lands, this could change this significantly. So just kind of an FYI. This is where we are today. So before we move on to the other end of the bookend, which is expenditure reductions, I want to have a discussion with council if you have any questions on how an MPD would work, and if there's any other revenues that you would like to further discuss that we had discussed on the May 12th meeting.
Councilmember Lamb.
I just had a question about the charts, the two different charts, the one with the utility tax and the 10-year sustainability. There's two charts, right?
Yes.
The ongoing revenue, like per year, they don't match up. And I don't know why that is.
That's correct, because we're in the middle of building the budget process out. And so all of these will be updated with current information.
Okay.
It's a lot of work to update all of this. You've seen the first chart many, many times, and so for consistency purposes, we just left that chart alone. We're trying to update the other charts as we get new information as it comes forward.
Okay.
It's a very time-consuming process, so apologize for that. I knew that was a bit of a disconnect, but...
You mentioned in 2036 we would revisit, like have additional conversations because you're only modeling out 10 years. What do you anticipate would happen? Like right now they match up. Do you think that we'll have more revenues, or will they level out, or you just don't know?
So the 10-year planning window, 10 years is a very long time to do projections for. You can usually nail the projections within the next couple years, maybe the next 2 years after that. The further you get out, the bigger your margin of error comes on your estimations. This is all based on what we know today, and we could have significant changes between now and then. So these are charts that, depending on what direction council decides to go, all of this will be updated annually. I mentioned earlier, fire is proposing a pretty significant increase. That will change this chart significantly if what they're proposing is pushed through. If there's a recession, if we have another example, pandemic, this is based on what we know today.
Okay. I just did a rough estimation that at 26 cents per 1,000, like for a $1.4 million house, it'd be roughly $364 per year. So not insignificant, but it looks to be about 7 million is what we would bring in.
Actually, I'll add this to the question and answer matrix we have going on because we have those calculations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Actually, that was my question. How much did we think we were going to raise through it? So I'll wait to get that number. Are you asking for us to also comment on other potential revenue sources or just strictly the MPD?
So we just want to give you ample opportunity to ask your questions to make sure that you have the information you need in order to give us direction going forward. So if there's other revenue options you'd like to discuss, please don't hesitate. We want to make sure you have the information you need.
Okay.
I will just add that the last meeting that we had 4 of you indicate the MPD, which is why we came back with this. So if there are others, again, we're a small staff, so I'm not looking for every idea, but if there are others that, again, as I've been asking before, that I have 4 of you interested in, we can potentially look at that.
So there's one, and I think there's maybe multiple options along this on the sales tax side. If there's a sales tax option out there that if we don't take it, King County can run that tax levy, or it's not really a levy, but the sales tax increase. I want to make sure if our taxpayers are going to be assessed sales tax by King County, that we capture it first. So while I don't necessarily support increasing our sales tax, I don't want to see King County put a measure through and then our taxpayers paying it but not getting anything directly in Sammamish. So that's something I'd like the council to think about, whether we should try to capture that before they do.
Appreciate that, Deputy Mayor. And we do want to refine one point on that public safety sales tax that we talked about last time. That is actually a voter approved sales tax. So That would be something, unlike the other one that we talked about, which is councilmatic, that would be something that you would need to put for the voters. And then of that, we get 85% and would need to give 15% back to the county. So
Great. So if we can just capture those nuances and then have a conversation about whether it's worth doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for this, guys. On the chart we see in front of us, is it about a $10 million problem? $11 million?
I've got the calculations, so if I can add that to the matrix, I don't want to misstate.
But rough ballpark, I'm just looking at the chart. It's something like that?
Yeah, I
see
closed my
60.
spreadsheet. I want to say it's ballparkish 11 million.
11 million,
for
okay.
everything. Because what I did is I took the current costs for the recreation, events, parks, maintenance programs, subtracted out the revenue that they do generate, because they do generate certain revenues, and then did the CPI increases to get to 2030 to calculate that cost. And it was, I want to say it was around $11 million.
Annual?
And that does include overhead.
That's
because, annual? Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and it does include overhead, because the way the MPD is being proposed is staff would remain part of the city. So you would not have to stand up HR, finance, IT. It would be our existing staff providing those services. So it's the less expensive option for a metropolitan park district.
Got it. And the reason I'm asking is that I asked before, what's the magnitude of the problem? So I guess I'm seeing it here. This, we assume the MPD, so this kind of displays it. When we were doing the fiscal sustainability task force, it wasn't this big of a problem. Have things gotten worse? Is that what we're saying?
There were significant increases that were not factored in, not known back in 2022, 2023 when these were done, because I believe the original projections was $5 million and about 15 cents. So it's basically double.
Got it. And I want to understand what we're looking at on the screen. It looks like the slope of the revenue seems straight, right? Keeps going, and you know all your estimates. Is that true of the ongoing expenditures? Is like, can I extrapolate both those lines straight line up, same slope?
To continue up past 2036?
Yes.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
But again, it's based on assumptions, what we know today.
Sure.
And the further out you get, the greater the margin of error, because there's just too many variables that can change significantly.
Yep.
But yes, theoretically on paper, yes.
No doubt, no doubt. Okay. And then in terms of putting through an MPD, and you have other cities that have done that, do you have any sense of the likelihood of that, of it happening? Were some of these other cities recent, or is that work that this committee would do?
I'll jump in on that side. So
thank you.
It really depends. I will say that this jurisdiction, with the exception of schools, and that those have had different outcomes, right, does not have the muscle built yet to approve voter-approved measures, right? Other cities, like Seattle, as you know, has very strong muscle to approve voter-approved, right? So it could be that there would need to be a couple of bites at the apple. So oftentimes, we would really recommend having that volunteer committee that can come and do that vetting, not unlike what you, Councilmember Boyer and Deputy Mayor Treen, did as a part of the fiscal sustainability, right? Spent that time, did that work, that sort of thing, then provided that recommendation to the council. I think this committee would be determining exactly what the size and scale and things, and again, providing you a recommendation. Ultimately, as was shown on a previous slide, you would have to do the final action to put the measure on the ballot. You would make the final determination about what that is.
Got it. And I appreciate the estimate, the performer here. At least we have something to look at. If we miss the 2028 vote and it's a no, this problem just gets a lot worse. Is that true?
We would plan to go back to voters. We would want to listen to voters as to why they said no, but the plan would be to go back to voters. We would have to look at what election it would be. It would not be the very next election, right? Because obviously we need to reset the education campaign and, just the messaging out for it. And that's partly why we do have fund balance to bridge a gap to get to another vote, but it's not unlimited, right? We can't just keep trying, and 10 years from now we still haven't passed anything. So there's some wiggle room to have a couple of elections.
Okay.
But if the second election goes down, we'd have to have some serious conversations about we need to pivot.
Perfect. Okay, thanks a lot.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, kind of to Councilmember Boyer's point, if just looking roughly, the revenue goes up at about 2-ish, 1.5%, 2-ish% per year.
2% roughly.
Yeah, and again, that's because our property tax can only go up by 1% a year. It doesn't matter what housing values are, what inflation is. The revenue that we achieve from property taxes can only go up 1% unless there are new buildings. And then the assumption for the costs go up roughly, I think it's about 5%-ish a year. And again, while inflation may only be 3.3% overall, we don't have the same inflation rates. And I'm kind of sharing this because I know there are folks watching, but that our inflation rates are not the overall inflation rates. We have very specific inflation rates that we have to deal with in the city, most of which are construction. And I don't know what those are. I'd have to look them up right now. But I know when I first joined council and we had near zero inflation, construction inflation for things like roads and all that maintenance stuff that we do was still like 5 to 8%. So just so folks know that this isn't just an overspending problem. The reason they have different slopes is because they deal with different parameters. And so one of my concerns is, like, we can do the MPD, and I'm supportive of that. The challenge is that until we develop some revenue sources, significant revenue sources that are going to adjust more with inflation, as long as we're still property tax constraint, we're always going to have this problem every so many years because they're going to have different slopes. And I know we're going to look at trying to cut things, but I personally don't believe that we can cut and still maintain the type of city that people have come to expect to get the slope of our revenue. And so that's where I think we're going to have to look at, and that's why I still am supportive of the economic development, looking at that and looking at other things that will vary a little bit more with the economic conditions on the ground, because otherwise I think we just we'll continue to have this problem. It'll just be, we'll get through 10 years and then we'll have to find another way to come up with a big reset of some sort. But the costs, I think, to run the city, just the basic costs, especially since you guys did start to break it down with what's legally required and what is functionally still required, right, to basically keep the lights on. We're not going to get, I don't think, down to where we have the same slopes. Now, I don't know. I haven't graphed it, but maybe next time.
And I just want to acknowledge that this is the way local government is set up.
Yeah. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just kind of explaining it.
I understand, but and we're all in this together, right? And I just want to say that yes, in 10 years, additional decisions will need to be made because we are not a city that is equipped for significant economic development in order to, get a sales tax base that could make up something like this, right? I remember when I first came here, I was told that the community decided it did not want a Costco or did not want a, let me just say, large big box store, right?
Right.
And that remains true today, and that is where you get the sales tax for things like that, is having pretty major retail outlets. And so without that, we're very limited in what we can do.
And so I'm just going to throw out, you asked the question of like, what other potential sources should we look at? And while this won't be something that solves this immediately, because this is going to be an ongoing long-term problem for the city, I do think we should really seriously consider getting a little more hardcore when we start lobbying the state about how we can create different levers and change some of the way taxing works and the way cities get revenue, because I just don't think that, I don't think we're going to cut our way into compliance, because even if we did this year, it's still going to go up faster. So I think we have to get a lot more hardcore on our lobbying and working with other cities in the state to really fix how we smooth all this out. So that's just something I'll throw out there. I'm still a proponent as well of traffic cameras for public safety projects. I know in this chart you said that there wouldn't necessarily be much revenue, but the last time we had a deeper discussion, there was an estimate that we might be able to generate $1 million a year. I realize that's not going to solve all the problems, but I don't think any one thing solves all of our problems forever. And I think that being able to have at least cameras in the school zones and being able to make improvements in those areas funded by those, I think would be a great benefit. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one quick question, guys. At the bottom of the slide, it says assumes a levy of 26 cents. Is that kind of the standard starting spot when you're trying to figure out how many cents per thousand, or how did you arrive at the 26 cents?
It's based on where we are today with our current budget, and if the MPD kicked in 2030, what it would take to, what costs related to Parks and Recreation would have to be pulled out of our general fund budget in order to solve the fiscal sustainability imbalance we have through the planning window.
Okay, great. I support the MPD idea. We're interested in hearing more. Also support the economic analysis on town centre and economic development as a whole on our work plan. So, yeah. So thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Treen.
First question, can you build your way out of a structural imbalance?
Build through like...
Build, like construct houses, businesses. Can I build my way out of a structural imbalance?
Not sure how to answer
I think that's a very theoretical question. So I don't know that this community could build its way out in terms of creating a sales tax base that could support that.
Yeah, I agree. So the first thing I would do, though, is I would look at any way that I can get some sales tax, though. Let's do it. So, if that's through shipping into the city or doing an electric vehicle sales from a location, if someone wanted to take up that idea and have a car company here that sells cars and has them delivered, or delivery is here to the city of those vehicles, so we collect those tax dollars, I'd appreciate that. So any sales tax we can get, whether that's King County, whoever, let's get it. Second would be, I would be willing to go to a vote to the public for a safety sales tax, if that's an avenue that would work. The second thing I would do, because I'm on the mixed side of things, so question, is the town center economic analysis another study?
Yes.
I'm not for that at all then. So quit spending money on studies, and we can cut the studies and let's just live within our means. Not too interested in the MPD until we balance our budget, or at least show the residents. If you want to actually have it pass the first or even the second time you take a bite of the apple, that's using your words, then you have to show the residents of Sammamish that you're serious about living within our means. And so even if that meant going to them to ask them for more on their property tax, so that it's, because we can do 1%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we go to them and say we need 3% on your property tax, and we don't have to do, then we can balance our budget, then let's look at that as an option, as to going to the public and saying, hey, here is a way that we can sustain. Because if we're doing an MPD, we're still taxing them.
Yes.
We just change the structure or how the money flows, and it takes away the structural imbalance. Last thing that I'll have to say here, was that one clear on the property tax increase? That we'd have to go for voter approval on that.
You're talking about a levy lid lift.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd look at that before I do it, before I'd pay for a study. And then the last is that for years, the city of Sammamish has used, and Vicki, you called it the general fund balance. We have used our general fund balance to pay for things that were not operational.
Capital needs.
Yeah, for capital needs. And so what I'd like to do Since we have a structural imbalance and we have done that practice for so long, I believe it's a time we make a change, and instead of spending our general fund balances on capital needs, we use it to pay for operations. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm up now.
Hey, Josh, one more thing. Sorry, because maybe I should state that differently, because, sorry, that's my opinion. But, so the question really is, can I do that? It's a general fund
It would
that pays
not-
for operations.
It would not be our recommendation because you would be using one-time revenue to cover ongoing costs.
Yeah, but I've been using one-time money to pay for capital costs.
For one-time project costs.
Yeah, but over 25 years of the city's existence, we've been
Yep.
doing that.
But that is best practice because that is
Well, it's
considered
got us
one-time
into this
dollars.
position right here, so I would say that it's not best practices. I would challenge that to the state then, or to whoever's the gap accounting, the accountants that are out there. Let's challenge that premise that this is the best. Maybe it's not. Because look at the situation we find ourselves in. And if I can't build my way out of it, and I can't raise enough sales tax because I'm not going to get big box retail here into the city, it's just a thought. I'm probably sitting all alone on that one, but thank you.
Okay, so I've got a couple challenges with this graph here. We're talking about, by implementing an MPD, we're talking about tacking on another $50 million into somewhere around there, into our fund balance. It makes it look like there's an artificial surplus for future councils. Very easy for us to spend that money when we truly don't have it. So I don't like that element of it. I also don't like that. That's a big part of what I don't like about it is that we're banking that money. We're effectively overtaxing people in 2030 for a problem that's going to exist in 2036. So I don't love that. The other element I've got a problem with the MPD is I don't understand why it's been decided that it's the best path forward. So looking at MRSC's site about history of MPDs passing, you have to go back to 2011, and there's 28 of them that have been attempted. Only 32 of them have passed, and it looked like only 32% of them have passed. 9 have passed, 19 have failed, and very few of them go out for seconds and then get it. I don't understand how this is our best option, or why it was determined this was our best option. For me, this looks like an extremely politically unviable option. So I don't know how we got to this point where we've gotten this far along in this process for the last couple of years and went down a path, unless I'm incorrect about these numbers, that has a 30% success rate.
So those are all done in different communities. I will say this community, and I've been in different ones, has a much higher care and adoration of its parks than many other communities that I have worked in. I do think that makes a big difference for this community.
I can appreciate that, and I agree that they do, but I think they're also it's going to come down to dollars and cents, and if we're telling them that we're going to tax them more to get the same amount of parks, they're going to wonder what in the world we're thinking. And that's a lot of communities. That's a really large sample size of people saying, we don't love this idea.
And we're here to listen to your ideas, and if you have different direction for us, then we can make that pivot.
Okay, well, so that's just saying all that to say, I don't think that I could support us putting more effort, especially with all the time that staff would have to put into it, and going down a path. There's very little chance of passing over the last 25 years. We had talked before about a levy lid lift. I had been saying maintenance and operations. What I meant was levy lid lift. So on my communication, I apologize for that. I had them conflated or assumed to be the same. I think this is something we should look at. I know I didn't know if you had time to get that all in there, but for council's benefit, this is something you can do over a levy lid lift is you go to the ballot with a certain amount of extra levy amount you're lifting, and you can go for 1 year, 6 years, 10 years. And at the end of it, it can be permanent, which means your levy stays the same, or it can be temporary, which means we've got a cliff. What I like about that is we can devise a levied lid lift to go to the voters, same percentage threshold as an MPD, that closely tracks that green line and gives us some room. And that has a much higher threshold of passing. Over the last 5 years, there's been 54 that's gone to the ballot, 30 have passed, and 24 have failed, a 60% passage rate. Over the last 2 years, 16 have gone, and it's at a 50% passage rate. I think we'd be able to construct a levy that takes a lot of the features that are optional for the city but well-loved by the city, and take it to the voters and ask them if they're supportive of going down this path. If not, these will probably be cut. I think we can make a very good case with these trend lines. We have, over the last 20 years, this is 26 years the city's been in existence, levy rates that have continuously gone down. I think we can tell a really good story around the revenue and what it's actually going to pay for. You can draw a clean line to it. So for that reason, I am leaning towards opposing an MPD, but I am very supportive of exploring what a levied lid lift would look like for Sammamish. With that, my time has expired, but if you want to address all of that I threw at you, I'm happy you can for sure do that.
I'm not going to address all of that. I just will say that the MPD, the levied lid lift gives you 10 years, right? And then you have reset the basis, but your lines are going to cross again, right? The MPD, because once you create an MPD, you create it with the authority of 75 cents per thousand, right? So the MPD provides you, I think it was Councilmember Lamb asked, what happens in 2036? One option, right, is that you have then more room to grow within the MPD than you don't have that with a levied lid lift, right? It ends, yes, the basis resets, but you still are going to have your lines going the other way. So that is why, but the fiscal sustainability group looked at this, right? They looked at the different options. Really, we're looking for council to tell us what you all want. And at this point, we need 4 to understand what we're putting on the work plan, what we're going to propose. To Vicky's point, whether it's an MPD or a levy lid lift, it's a lot of work, right? It is a significant amount. We would need to understand, with the levy lid lift, we're going to need to be clear about what those funds are being used for, right? So there's a lot of things to suss out. So ultimately, you need a voter-approved measure. There's no other way out of it at this point. So what it is, honestly, at the end of the day, we will look to 4+ of you to let us know. I will say, though, your constituents and your voters are going to look to you on that vote, right? And so finding something that there is more than just 4 votes for at the end of the day from the dais is going to be important. Just having run a whole lot of campaigns in my life, both locally and statewide, it's going to be really important.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a technical question that's up here. The cents per dollar that you have at 26 cents, can you adjust that as years go by? Because I have the same concern that Mr. Mayor has, in that, we collect a lot and then, we're trying to have the moonshot there meet. But, if you could tighten that up so that the slopes match as you go forward, or is that not?
So this was just one example, and it was just illustrative purposes for the bookend, right?
Yeah.
So if the MPD was the direction you want us to go, we would do a lot more analysis on this to come forward with a solid path forward. But yes, from an MPD perspective, the authority rate goes up to 75 cents.
So we could do 12.5 cents and then 13 cents and 14 cents up to 26.
Again, we would want to pencil out and see really what that looked like over the 10-year horizon.
So you wouldn't have this, I worry too, that all of a sudden, it'd be like at home if I had a windfall and my wife saw that. And then where would that go? And I'm sure she's watching this, so I'm probably in trouble. But I just think I'd want to have those tighter. But okay, so we can't do that.
Absolutely, right? And that's where we would be looking for input from that task force to really fine tune what it would look like when it went to the community. Again, this was just an example of one option, like
Super.
showing it with the MPD as the funding source.
Great, thank you. Well, here, let me just run through my list too. To Deputy Mayor's standpoint, I think we should beat King County to the cap, if that makes sense, because they're going to do it. Otherwise, we're going to be X'd out of that. Does that make sense?
For the sales tax?
Yeah. They're going to cap it out, and we won't have any of that. I'm not in favor of a lot of the small items, the admissions tax and the B&O and all that stuff, because I don't think it adds up to enough. And it's really convoluted and confusing to everybody. It just seems like we're just finding, we're going to tax, walking on the street next. So I am in favor of something that would be significant, because we're going to invest time and energy into this, and we want to have it be meaningful. In terms of a mix of revenue and expense, I think we need both. I would, as we did with the fiscal sustainability task force, it wasn't all revenue. There was a request for us to cut budget, and so to have support from the residents, I think we should also tighten our belt. And when I was looking at this, how big the problem was, I thought it was 10 million, but regardless, I was thinking if we did 1% across the board and not tell you where, because I don't think you want us in there telling you what budgets to cut, but if you just did 1.5%, that gets you $1 million or something like that. So it'd be $1 million of this, and then whatever it is from the revenue side. So I know I'm jumping ahead, but I would suggest that. The economic development, I think it'd be good for the city. I don't think it'll generate a lot of money for us. So I don't think I'd go down that route. And that, again, comes from our work with Baker Tilly. I am with Councilmember Treen in terms of, I'm wondering if we've got REIT, impact fees, the fuel tax, and all that stuff, and they all have different streams. I would minimize the taking of the general fund if that exacerbates our problem. Again, I'm not exactly sure how much that is, but having that be a problem so we can spend it on capital, if it's the same color of money, then I'm not in favor of that. And then in terms of a lead lift, I could see us doing it because it's not that different than the MPD materially, except one has a very assignable result. And the other just goes into the general fund. Is that true? The levy lid lift just goes into the big mix, right?
For the multi-year permanent lid lift, on the ballot measure, we have to specify what the funds would be used for. We cannot just simply say we want to do a levy lid lift. The RCWs aren't they don't restrict you. You don't have to say we're going to spend it on, line item out what it's going to be spent on, but you do have to give broad brushstrokes. It's going to be public safety, or it's going to be parks, it's going to be recreation. It cannot be just the blanket general government services.
So we do have to say what it's for. Okay.
Correct.
So then I would like to have, I don't want you to have to go through multiple committees, but I certainly would like to see the MPD as an alternative compared to the levy lid lift as options. Just a quick view so we can give further direction, because right now I don't feel comfortable just choosing one, not knowing that much about that. Would rather have you guys give just a little deeper cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
So I would also like more information on the difference between a levy lid lift and an MPD, though I am leaning towards supporting the MPD. I also support the admissions tax, understanding that our golf courses and golf in general is discretionary. I'm looking forward to the town center analysis coming back, just so that potential revenue can be part of this conversation before we decide and adopt the budget. One thing that I do find missing from this conversation is that we often say that growth doesn't pay for growth. And there's the 1% property tax cap, but we also have an utility tax. And if we had 4,000 additional units, that's paying 6% utility tax. That is a guaranteed revenue stream. And if my math is correct, that would be nearly $2 million. So I guess I'm not clear, or I wish there was some sort of, I don't know if analysis is the right word, but at least it's put forward that this is an area that we just don't talk about, and we should be talking about it, that the utility tax is like a guaranteed revenue stream, and we should be building because that will bring in additional revenue. I appreciate that there was the community pulse that was in the newsletter, and that is a way that we can find additional information from what our community wants. I did take a look at the survey. I am disappointed that our council majority chose not to move forward with the community survey because that was statistically valid. There is no way for, or rather, anybody that's going to take this survey on fiscal sustainability, the way it's set up now, they could submit it one time or they could submit it 100 times. So while I appreciate that we give the opportunity to our residents to provide input, I don't know how I can take that information and use that to guide any of my decisions. Because it is, like you said, and I saw it in the disclaimer, that it is self-selected. So it is unfortunate that we are not doing that we didn't do the community survey. That it would have been statistically valid, and we could have had questions in there about fiscal sustainability and really, honing in on the things that we want to cut or the things that we want to do. Just kind of going back, I don't know, like I said, is there a way to kind of capture if there was additional development, how much more income that could be brought in, as it relates to the utility tax? It doesn't have to be a whole analysis, but as when you come back with the town center work.
So as part of the town center work, the council directed us to look at 3 different options at what it would look like if it was 2,000 units, 2,500, and 3,000. So you'll be able to see that trend. You'll be able to see differences in that town center work just because you all directed us to have to look at those 3 different ways.
And will the utility tax be part of it, though? Is it just purely sales
global,
tax?
right? So it'll be it'll be utility tax, it'll be sales tax, thank you. It'll be property tax. It'll also be what additional responsibilities may we have, right? If we have additional residents and that sort of thing. So it'll be that balance of all of those things.
Okay, great. I look forward to that. And I hope that when it comes back, we'll be able to extrapolate beyond 3,000, right? And because 3,000 may not be enough, it could be 4,000. And I'd really like to know what that delta is. And I'm hoping that the information, when it comes back to us, will help us in that way. Thank you.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. If we do the MPD, I know it's an if, but does that assume that the REIT that we are currently allocating to parks would stay with the city, or does that go with the Parks District?
That would be a question for the task force as well as all of you ultimately.
But in the chart here, does it
This is ongoing, so this doesn't include.
Doesn't touch the
It doesn't
capital.
touch REIT. REIT's not included in this chart because REIT's a one-time dollar.
Got it, okay. The one-time and ongoing revenue from development, and I'm not here to help any developers, that's not what this is, but the type of development that we do, right, because we will have some ongoing development. The type that we do, we've seen a lot of data, so I am anxious to see the results of the town center analysis, because we do know that the ongoing costs for mixed use is a very different ratio. The ongoing costs and the ongoing revenues that we bring in are very different than when we build single-family homes, across and on cul-de-sacs. So I am anxious to see the numbers of that, because I think we all have feelings about that, but this is really a data issue where we really need to see the numbers. I will say that I know there's concern about sort of building up a big, pot of money here, but this does not show what happens when we spend some of the general fund on those one-time things, right? So that's not in this chart, correct?
Correct. This is just ongoing.
Right. So we won't have a big pile of money necessarily because we don't have any other revenue source right now other than the general fund for most of our capital projects that we still need to do. So I do think that's something to consider, right? We have some things like REIT, but we have a lot of capital expenditures, like we have to remodel our firehouse, and we have nowhere else to pull that from but here. So that will be very interesting to see, when we factor all that in. I do think that that one of the things we need to do, I think we all agree at least a little bit on some of the revenue sources, but I think we kind of need to also start talking more about the expenditures from my personal take, because I think we want to be able to see, I think we all have different feelings about how much we can flatten that red line. And I think we need to understand how flat we can get it before we know how big, that new revenue source needs to be. So I think it would be good. I think we've had this conversation. I know we need to put some things in the work plan, but we may need to put some placeholders and estimates there and have the conversation about how much can we cut, and then circle back to this is what I'm kind of sensing here.
So we're only halfway done with the presentation.
Excellent. Okay. And then I do want to say that the notion that growth does not pay for growth, the way we got this big pot of money, whether we like it or not, a lot of that came from revenues that we generated through building everyone's homes, right? So we do have a lot of one-time revenues that we get from that. We get a lot of sales tax when there's construction. We get impact and permitting fees and stuff. Again, I'm not proposing growth is the answer. I am simply saying that we have to look at all of the options before we make decisions, and we shouldn't make those decisions based on our feelings. We should make them based on the data that we have. So I'm very excited that we're going to get some data around that, because I do think, as Mary Wichter has shown us many times, the only types of housing that can actually really fund themselves with the ongoing expenses tend to be those higher density, mixed use types of developments, as opposed to single family homes. Single family homes, unfortunately, have the highest operational costs because of, lane miles and sewer miles and all of the other stormwater miles, all of that. So I'm anxious to see those numbers. And I too would support an emission tax. I don't know how much that would generate. I don't know that that's something we should put on the work plan right away, because I think we have bigger fish to fry. I will say, again, I think the traffic cameras, because it's a public safety issue, at least in the school zones, and that can help to free up some of our police officers for other things. But I do think slowing people down in the school zones is really important. So thank you.
All right, I don't see any other lights on. I would like to go again here. Can you clarify? You said the general government CIP is not included in that red line?
Correct. This is just ongoing general fund expenditures.
So the adopted CIP that pulls from operating right now, our problem here is $2 to $4 million worse per year than we're projecting?
No, because we're pulling ending existing fund balance to fund those general capital projects. So, for example, building station, the fire station, that's coming from existing fund balance. This chart only represents the general fund ongoing revenues compared to ongoing expenditures.
So there's no, okay, because there is actually literally no money you are pulling from ending fund balance rather than transfers.
Transfers into capital.
Got it. Okay. So my understanding with the MPD, we can only use it for parks funding.
Parks, recreation.
So anything that fits under there. So we've got up to 75 cents per thousand. There's no way in reality we're ever going to hit that amount, because the marginal increase on parks isn't going to match everything else. So the return on that levy decreases over time, because there's only so much of parks money you can take.
Well, but that depends on what the district wants to do, right? So if it wants to do we have a lot of capital plans like on the shelf, right? The district could determine to use some of that money to go ahead and do some of that build out.
But for operating, it doesn't solve operating problems, because the marginal increase in parks does not match. So you're not transferring any more money from operating, because it's all absorbed through the MPD.
Understood. It gets you through the 10-year window.
So after the 10-year, we're looking at a new taxing option, not just increasing the MPD.
Potentially.
I realized, okay, so I
Right.
realized
It's
this
really
all
hard
as-
to,
yeah,
right.
Okay.
10 years is, I mean, the fact that we could get Vicky up here to agree to talk about 10 years, right? That's
Yeah.
not what accountants
No, that's
do, right?
that's fair. And then each time, to Councilmember Boyer's point, we could, in theory, create an MPD that slowly siphons off parks funding to create that clean line that follows our expenses. But that's a new council vote every single time, right? Because the council would have to vote to increase property tax every 2 years or every 1 year during so it'd be a vote every single time to increase that tax.
It would be based on the property tax levy, just like we do for the city, except you would be doing it twice. You would be doing once for the city, once for the MPD. So we would be managing two budgets and trying to smooth that out for both organizations.
And so what we're doing is if we wanted to go that route, instead of taking all this money at once, which I don't like, is we're setting up this idea that future councils are going to follow our plan. We're telling them they must vote for 2 tax increases of biennium now to make that work. And so that's a lot of faith placed in people who are very responsive to public input. Whereas if we were to go with a 10-year levy lid lift, the voters vote on it and at one time, and it follows that trajectory. They don't have to vote on it again for another 10 years. And council doesn't have to take action. It just automatically increases.
You still have to pass the tax levy, though. That's required per RCW. You still have to submit
You still
the
have to
legislation.
vote
Yep.
every single
The
year.
council and the board would still have to vote. Yeah, because the county has to have that official documentation in order
That
to
we
levy
are
the tax.
taking that increase in. Got it. Okay. So you're still voting.
There's always going to be a vote.
Is it a new vote or is it baked into the 1%?
It would be baked into the,
So it's still-
depending on how we form the MPD and how the financing work, you would be setting the levy rate every single year.
Or the levy.
Or the levy lid lift, even if, so let's give the example of a 10-year levy lid lift, right? So you've got your when you go to the voters, year 1, you set what the levy rate is. Year 2 through how many every years you're asking the voters for, you set the increase benchmark. So it's either going to be like CPI or it's going to be, CPIW. You pick whatever that inflator is going to be. And so the voters, that gets locked in, but you still then have to vote the actual tax increase per legislation. So you still have to do it, but it's a little bit locked in based on what you did with the voters.
And so then my question there is, we take a vote every year on the 1% increase. We take a vote or not.
Yeah.
That baked in amount from the levy lid lift, does that get rolled into that 1%?
It is part of the whole legislation.
So it's just it's the 1% increase that we already take every year?
Yeah, it depends on how we write the legislation.
Right, but what I'm
For
saying
levy
is
lid lift.
the levy lid lift would result in the same number of tax increase votes that we're obligating to future councils as part of this plan.
Yes.
Okay, so whereas the MPD is 2 votes. If we were to go with the way, if we were to
We would have to get back to you on the mechanics of that specifically.
It's 1 vote by the public, but council still has to take action every year to levy
I think
the
it's
actual
the
tax.
same regardless, the number of votes that the council would have to take, but let us go back.
no more lights came on while I was doing that. So I think we're free to go to the next part of the presentation.
Perfect. So like I said, we're going to talk about the bookends. So this was the revenue only option. So what we're going to talk about next is the expenditure only option. And so in your packet is Exhibit 1, and this is draft, preliminary. These numbers will change, but this is a representation of the general fund budget as proposed for 27-28. It is based on what we know today. It will change because staff costs are assigned to the June CPI, which we don't have yet. We don't have medical rate increases. We don't know how much fire is going to actually increase by. We know what they're projecting. We don't know where they're actually going to land. So there are changes that are going to happen. So these are preliminary numbers. And a couple things that's not included in here is we don't have the vacancy allowance, which we baked into the budget for 25-26. That was a new process into our budget. We don't have that yet because we really need direction from you on if it's going to be revenue or if it's going to be budgetary reductions, so we know what that vacancy allowance needs to look like. And the other thing that might change significantly is the capital transfers. Right now, it is estimated based on our 2026 CIP document. So as we build out the 27 to 2032 CIP, if those operating transfers into the capital projects change, that will also change the general fund budget. So again, very draft, but what this does is this shows you the programs we have budgeted, and it gives you the left column is the staff cost, and that is the fully loaded cost, so that is the wages and the benefits. And then the second column is the supplies and services, so you can see the total budget for each program. And it also shows you which programs generate revenue. So for example, if you wanted to, and I know this would never happen, but just as a wild example, if you chose to make adjustments to the permitting program, right, that's pretty much funded by permit fees, you're not going to move the needle on the issue. So we wanted to show you these at a high level so you can see for each program how much of it is staff time and then how much of it is actually revenue generating that is specific to that program. So again, as you go forward with more information, you start giving us direction on, is it revenue, is it expenditure only reduction, is a combination of which, you have an idea of what programs can be adjusted and how it will affect the organization. So that exhibit is in your packet. Again, it's high level, it's draft, but it gives you an idea of what our general fund budget will look like going forward in 27, 28. This example is expenditure reduction only. It is only an example, so this gives you what it could look like if we started budgetary reductions starting next year. And in order to attempt to smooth it out, again, this is just an example, but it would be a $5 million reduction starting in 2027. That gives us a gap. You see the lines cross again. It would be an additional $5 million reduction starting in 2032. Continuing that $5 million and an additional reduction of $3 million starting in 2035. And again, even with just the expenditure reduction only alone, we still cross the 2036. And so regardless of if you use one of those two bookends, we're back to having these same conversations. So again, this is the example. It's based on what we know today and based on the preliminary budget that was presented for the departments. And I also want to say, I just want to speak to this a little bit. The program budgeting, this is the first year we've ever done this. We started working on program budgeting last year to develop our list of programs. We also built the budget in a form of zero-based budgeting, right? We did not take the current budget and say, here's your budget, what do you want for next year? We literally started with zero and we had every single line item justified and broken down. So it was a form of zero-based budgeting. I just want to put that out there. So staff suggestions, this was something else you had asked us to do. So we went back to staff to get their ideas on budgetary reductions, ways to generate revenues, ways to improve efficiency. Those summarized responses from all staff were shown in Exhibit 5. If you have any questions on the staff suggestions, we're happy to try and answer those, but that is in your packet for your review. And again, just to recap why we're having this conversation is we do have a fiscal structural imbalance. And so there's 3 options to solve it, right? Either maintain existing levels of service by adding revenues, doing complete expenditure reductions and living within our means, which means a reduction in programs and services, or somewhere in between. So next steps, first, do you have any additional questions on revenues or reductions? What our plan is to send out a JOT form to council on June 18th, looking for feedback on the topics we discussed tonight. We're asking for those responses back by July 6th because we want to be able to talk through those responses on our next check-in with you, which is July 21st. We are available to have one-on-one, 2s, 3s, meetings, whatever you would like to reach out to us so we can answer your questions. What we're really looking to get to is to get direction from you by July 21st on which direction you want us to go so we can build a budget that represents your priorities so that we can bring that budget forward to you the beginning of September.
So I just want to reiterate that last bullet. Vicki and I are here to meet with you all in whatever format, small group or one-on-one is easier. I know I was speaking at the mayor-manager meeting earlier this week, and we were talking about, you know, the different designation of whether something was legally required, right, functionally required, things like that. But we didn't include that on that one exhibit because there are nuances to everything, right? You are legally required to do many things, but you may be able to set a level of service that could be different than we have today. So just want to put that out there to please, if you have questions, if you think you would benefit from having a little bit of a deeper dive, Vicki and I are here, and we would very much like to sit down with you and talk with you about this stuff so that you are able to give us some general direction. And really the direction could be something along the lines of pull together a task force to look at a voter approved, right? We're not asking for you to come in with, I want you to do X thing at Y cents, and right? We're looking for that general direction that would be able to then give us some opportunity, because we want to bring you a draft budget that you can, again, you can see the ingredients that you asked us to put in there.
Councilmember Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to reiterate, I see problems with the MPD and the levy lid lift, the MPD. Yeah, I think we would run out of parks to build, like go up to 75 cents. I don't know, because that money, it has to be on parks and recreation. So I didn't think of that before. That's interesting. When I was looking at this myself and trying to see if I could come prepared for this, I wanted to have a blend of not just revenue, expense cut also. And I just use a 5-to-1. And don't ask me why. I just thought I'll choose something. Is there, and I was going, I didn't know the problem was this big. And so I was going for $1 million, and that was like 1.5% out of everyone's budget. So if a department has $1.5 million budget, you're talking about 21,000. So we're not talking, and you can do that without staff. I'm guessing. I've done a lot of budgets. Is there a usual and customary? Because I'm sure you guys have been through this before. I'm not expecting a 1-to-1 cut. I'm not expecting for every revenue dollar, an equal expense. However, any heuristic, any rule of thumb? Because I randomly used 1 to 5.
So I will say, having built the budget with every single department, the budgets that are presented represent the current level of service, and they are razor thin. There is no, because every dollar had to be justified, there is no slush in there. So if there are reductions, and that's the council direction that you'd like to go, it will result in some changes to the programs and services we offer.
So part of my thought was set the target, I just said $1 million. And then rather than becoming the Parks and Rec director and the planning director and so on, because I don't want to go through your budgets and line item things out. Is it then, in terms of service reductions, are you expecting the council to do that? Or are you expecting us to set the target and then you make it work? Because I need a whole lot more information to go into any department and say, well, I think we ought to cut lawn mowing, by a day, and let's cut snow plowing. And yikes, I think I'm unprepared to do that.
I think that's part of why we want to have some conversations with each of you so that we can figure out where, because everybody's going to be in a little bit of a different place.
Okay, so you want to have those.
Because we want to make sure that you have the information that you need,
Okay.
and everybody's in a little bit of a different place.
Okay. So I met with you guys before, so I'll do that again and get into the detail. Thank you.
Councilmember Lamb.
For the staff ideas, how did you want us to approach that? I mean, there were some really good ideas. Some I had some questions on, like eliminate holiday lighting, for instance. I don't know how much we would save, and I don't know what's the most efficient way for you guys to bring it back, I guess. Would it be like you guys could, for instance, choose 10 or 20 that you think would save the most money? And I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ideas on there. The revenue, either the revenue impact or the expenditure reduction impact are often fairly low. So great ideas, right? And really appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit of our colleagues. But in terms of the return I don't think selling City Hall's on the list.
Yes.
Right? Even though it was there, right? So I also want to, be realistic about some of them. So I think if there are specific one-offs that council members have questions on, please reach out and let us know, and we'll get back to you.
Okay. I mean, I do see like 10 responses on cutting out the 4th of July. That is like $180,000,
yep,
which is significant. So I guess should we each send in the ones that we support? Would that
or have more interest in? Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, and I think to both Councilmember Lamb and Councilmember Boyer bring up some good points. I think one, thank you for sharing the programs and sort of the current rough numbers. I think that's really, really helpful. I think what would also be helpful would be for some of those to identify where there are level of service impacts that we can have, and I'll use the snow plow just because that's our favorite example. We could use lawn mowing. I think that's similar. But we actually had a conversation as a council previously about plowing the roads and what level of service to set for that. And we had some ideas. So just to understand, like, what is the current level of service, to Councilmember Boyer's point, like, how frequently do we mow the parks in the summer and the winter? And even just an order of magnitude of if we change the level of service, like, what might that look like? Because there's still probably a baseline. Like, if we're going to maintain our parks, we're probably not going to be, if we only emptied the trash once a year, but we'd have to at least do it once a year. I don't know. But to just give us some rough idea, because I think it was interesting when we went through the snowplow, and that's a meeting maybe we can share out, to see that there were different levels of service. The amount of money we saved was not as much as we thought it would be, right? And I still think, we still tried not to pick the platinum level of service, but still making sure we provided the appropriate level of safety. But I think that's going to be an interesting thing to understand, right? Like, again, we either cut the program or we can't really save, kind of all that we need to. I think I don't know if that was a clear ask, but to get some idea of where we might be able to do level of service changes and a rough idea of how much money we might save if we had that discussion.
Yep.
I think that would be really, really helpful. And I would agree with some of those ideas. It was great to share them all. I'm pretty sure we're not going to sell City Hall. But again, if there are any that the leadership team feels are worth considering, and to, again, give some idea, I think we saw both make everybody come back to work and give everybody more ability to work from home. Does either of those save money? And if so, how much, right? I know that there are challenges with both, but again, just to get some idea of which ones might be really worth considering, to Councilmember Boyer's point before. I think we will. There's no silver bullet, but I don't know that we want to go for the smallest cuts first. Like, a million small cuts. Maybe we can do a few that are a little more impactful and not have to go through each thing. I'm not in favor of an across-the-board percentage cut. I've dealt with those at work, and those tend to not work so well, because it's really hard when you have staff allocation. If I have 3 people on my team and you want me to cut 2%, I can't cut 2% of 3 people, right? And because we have such small teams, I don't know that that's a realistic thing. I think we should be looking at what programs we want to cut or what levels of service we want to cut. And I do think that should come from us. So thank you.
Councilmember Treen.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So the first one is policy. So a policy that we would have. We could do policy, right? So so if we were to do a policy to reduce the budget, and when I say this, I mean the total budget by 1 or 2%, which would also include capital. So I know that's kind of going a little heady here, but is that possible to do? Could we take the overall budget of the whole city and just cut the whole thing by 1 or 2%?
It would change the level of services we provide.
Yeah, okay, great. So then So we could. The next one is, because that was my next one, because I went right to the level of service. So on level service reduction would be a policy decision by the council. And if we were to do it by a percentage, is that doable?
If you wanted to reduce programs, it would depend on the program, right? If a program is 100% one person staffing, that's kind of hard to do a 1%.
Well,
decrease.
except there are other things besides the staff that are cost to that particular level
right,
of service.
We would need to look at each program and see what could be dialed up or down.
Right. So it would be a difficult lift to do a percentage. Okay, because I think about the pavement management, right? So the level of service is pretty high there. And we spend a lot of money for that. So doing 2% on that or even 10%, not a big deal. I mean, as far as coming to us and saying this is what the number is, because it's still just a planning doc. You're setting a budget it's a budget. So it's a plan. And here's what we're going to spend. So here's how much we bring in. Here's how much we spend. All right. So what you're telling me is, and I was listening to Councilmember Stewart, and so I don't disagree with her. I'm just interested is it about staff then if I cut 2% across the board on all levels of service, which for us would be a simple policy to put in place. But how about for the staff? Is the work to do that really kind of unmanageable?
So I would just say that we would need to understand where public safety plays in that, because whether you are wanting to include public safety in that reduction, whether or not you could even do that with your E4 contract is a question to me, right? And so if you're holding public safety harmless, which often happens in these situations, let's be clear, right? Then that becomes a higher reduction for other programs. It just does, right? Public safety, you can see, is 36% of our budget, right? So there are a lot of nuances, like I was talking earlier, right, with other things that we would need to suss out to get this policy direction to then understand what the impacts would be. But to Vicky's point, it would require service level reductions one way or another.
Yeah, because then my next thought too is that the policy to balance the operating budget, and if we kept the general fund balances in the general fund for operations, right? That would be a policy decision that we would make. And then, so then the question is, and let's say that's the decision we decide to make, hi, Vicky, then that's your job then is to bring us back a balanced budget on operations. And is that something you could do this biennium? Or is that, because I think in the past it would have been almost impossible to do that. So with the commitments that the prior councils had made that impacted the next biennium. So you see where I'm going with this? So let's just say you said, hey, we said we want a balanced budget this year, and I want to leave the general fund monies in for operations. And could we even do that?
So I'll jump in. You are balanced for the next biennium, right? I want to continue to remind the next biennium we are balanced.
If I use general fund balance money.
No, so you are balanced with your ongoing revenue meets your ongoing expenses in 27 and 28. That's ongoing.
Okay.
Right? The money, so think of it like your regular paycheck and your regular savings account. Your regular savings account has enough to pay for your your checking account has enough to pay for your day-to-day expenses, right? What you're talking about is using the ending fund balance or the savings account, right, to pay for your day-to-day expenses. And we, as public policy professionals, would say that is not a good thing to do, that you should not use that savings account for the ongoing expenses, right? And that really is there for the capital. Yeah. I will just say that. Now, if that is what the council tells us to do, you could smooth that line out a little bit more, right? Probably get you into the next biennium. We'd have to look at right? But then your fiscal problem becomes even worse after that, because you've now used your savings account for your day-to-day living, right? And once that's gone, there's nothing else to replace it, which is why we don't recommend, and it's not best practice, to use that for that purpose. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I've heard the argument before, so.
Yep, and again,
so-
the council could give us other direction.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Thanks.
So I'm in alignment on the looking at the mixed options. I know you know that, but I am curious on the program budgeting, how we go about determining at what point will we see the mechanisms or triggers or levers in place for us to know what elements from the program budgeting we can reduce, and then to what level, and what those reductions might mean within each program.
And that's part of the ongoing iterative process that we'll have, right? So it'll be a part of the homework, right? That will bring some of that out and then give us some ideas about where folks are coming from and what else we need, what other information we need to bring and answer, right? Because there are so many different options, right? And so many different ways. We're trying to figure out how to hone this down a little bit more to see where there is some more coalescence, and then we'll come back with that. So we will get to that point. We just need some more specific input from each of you.
Are you looking for that feedback from us this evening?
No.
Okay.
That's part of the homework.
Thank you. That's what you're looking
Sorry,
for
did
in
I
the
jump
jot form.
Right there? That is the homework, folks.
I appreciate that, because that was gonna. I should have.
No, we still have an evening ahead, folks.
Should have been paying attention better
No,
there.
homework.
So I also want to make sure that you and the council are on the same page about what you heard from us tonight, so that if we feel you didn't pick something up, we don't come back in 4 weeks and go, what? That's not
Sure.
what we said.
I
So
appreciate
can you
that.
feed back to us what you heard? So
The MPD is still on the table. I've heard a majority for the MPD. Again, when I say 4, I mean taking it to the next level. I'm not saying put it on the ballot tomorrow, right? Also for the levy lid lift, right? I did hear probably 4 for the voter approved sales tax, which I would like to go do some more research on before we come back. I think that there's some more, again, I'll use the word of the night, nuances there that we should talk through, but let us work on that one.
to interrupt real quick, on that sales tax, are you including the councilmanic portion as well?
I have not heard that, because what I heard was get it before the county gets it. And that's different than the councilmanic one. I know that you personally are in favor of the councilmanic one. But
So you're looking for another, however many to.
I'm trying to figure out again, what do we have 4 or more head nods are interested? And that's what I've heard tonight. If I've misheard anything or omitted something, please let me know, but that's what I heard.
So you've got 4 for the voter approved. You don't believe you have 4 for the councilmanic version?
I did not hear that.
Okay.
The public safety one is the voter approved public safety sales tax. Yeah, and that's the one I've heard, again, with this idea that maybe we should move before the county moves. But that I heard differently.
Okay, gotcha. So, okay, I don't have any other questions here. Councilmember Boyer's light's on. If anyone on the council wants to make sure that they were counted in Rachel's count there, please light up your screen. But Councilmember Boyer, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what I wanted to do, is make sure I heard this right. So when it comes to MPD and levy lid lift, I could go either way. I just want a deeper compare and contrast. They're just, I would hate to make a mistake. That's all. So I don't want you to form a committee, do a study, enlist thousands of people. Just got to get a little more compare and contrast. And the other thing I want to make clear is when it comes to the expense side, I agree. I was not saying every department does it across the board 1.5%, because monies are different. And yes, you can't take one FTE and cut them down by 1%, right? But I know that pockets of money are bundled here and not there. And so my request was to look at that logically, and find out. I'm a believer in the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. There's something there that I think we can go after. But what I'm hearing is that level of detail, besides the jot form, we can meet with you and look at that programmatically and then give you input.
Absolutely.
And also, when I do that, you'll be able to tell me what level of service I've boxed us into, correct?
Yep. To some level, yes.
Yeah, enough, sufficient to move forward with what we have here. And then you're going to take
Low,
that.
medium, high kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And so you're going to take, if all 7 of us do that, you'll have hopefully some consensus around how to move forward.
We'll at least have something we believe that this will be an opportunity for us to have something to share with you all that at least has some legs to begin with, as opposed to every single idea that we could possibly do.
Excellent. All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay, no other lights came on. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much this has got to be a stressful setup to come here and then have this conversation with all of us. So we all appreciate it, even if we're looking at you as we're saying things sternly. It's not directed at you at all. But thank you for taking the time tonight with us. We really do appreciate all your effort and work that goes into this.
Thank you.
We are now going to move on to new business, item 17, which was pulled from consent, the 32nd Street project, bike lanes, I think. So Audrey Starcy will be giving a presentation. Or no, I'm sorry.
No.
That's not, I set the extra part to back. You'll be working through what this project entails and answering questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I was the one that pulled this off, and I think the deputy mayor had similar questions. So all in favor of the sidewalk gap projects, love it. My concern is that I think the new, I don't know if you call it the new thinking, or it seems that the more appropriate way to go is to have more separation between cars and bikes, as opposed to putting the separation between the bikes and the pedestrians, right? So currently our road standards have the road, a white line, a bike lane, then we have the planter strip, and then we have the sidewalk. And so you're still putting the bicycles right next to the cars with really nothing in between them, just a white line, which so far has never stopped a car. So the curiosity is there any reason why we can't flip that around? We've talked about that a lot, and it doesn't seem like if we did that now that it would necessarily cost any more. It looks like where that gap goes in, there are cross streets, so we wouldn't be trying to jigger things together. It would just put that more protection for those bikers and not put them right next to the cars. It also then acts as a traffic calming mechanism as well, which can help us to keep people following the speed limits, which is also safer. So I think we were just curious, is there any reason why we couldn't do that now before we issue this contract? Would it cost more, or could we do this now? Because it seems like the better way to go, and we don't want to keep building things that maybe aren't really the most desirable or where we're heading.
Excuse me, good question. So I wanted to start by the proposed bike lane, and I'll get you more details if you'd like more details. Happy to respond with any, but my understanding is that the bike lane proposed with this project meets our level of traffic stress, so LTS 3 for that level of road classification, which was defined in the TMP. So it is something we are looking at long-term wise with our right-of-way codes and public works standards update. Those are the engineering details. We first needed to complete the TMP update, then the bike and ped mobility plan that would look at policy level recommendations, and now come all the engineering details to align with all of those policy recommendations. So that's something that citywide we can take a look at, a separated bike lane or buffered bike lane. In this particular case, it's not needed. The other piece that we looked at, it's only 480 feet long, and we're filling in some gaps along the way, and so we don't have changing conditions for that particular roadway section. The other piece to make that change would require going back to design and going back out for advertisement. So we would miss the construction window this summer.
So it is only 480 feet, and I appreciate that. I guess my stance here would be I'm not comfortable doing any more of these, maybe after this one, until we have that conversation. It may meet the level of stress, but as an avid biker around the city, biking next to cars, I'm not sure who you polled about that stress, but it is really stressful, and especially around the schools. If we really want to be able to encourage more people to ride their bikes or their scooters or whatever it is to school and stop having people drive their kids to school every day, we have to make it safer. And riding right next to the road, next to the cars, is sometimes terrifying. So I don't want to hold this particular one up, but I really kind of want to put a pause before we do anything else going forward. And I don't know how you feel, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I have the same reaction that Councilmember Stewart had, is why are we doing this when it is so much more advantageous for bike riders to have separation from the travel lanes? And it seems like an easy flip, and I get that there's design cost involved, but I agree that we don't need a massive study of the entire city in order to know that when you're putting in a sidewalk and a bike lane, it would be an advantage to have a planting strip, between the pavement that they're driving on and then the bike lane and the sidewalks. So I'm looking at the same thing, frankly, for Sahali Way, that if we want to start helping people have a safe way to cross that street, we can't keep waiting while other policies are being looked at. And I realize that you've only recently had I don't even know if you still have full staffing, so I realize that you have been pushed back on this too. But just to indicate that we really would prefer to do those types of sidewalk designs. And I don't know what street we wouldn't do that on. I mean, there might be one somewhere, but the vast majority of them would benefit from having that planting strip and then the bike lane and sidewalk.
Thank you.
Councilmember Trine.
So can you tell me, Audrey, if we accept this tonight, the results is it's a contract with a company. So at that point, could we go, and I guess maybe Carrie Sands would know this one or need your help too, Carrie, is that then to make a change because I'm not changing the width, right? We're just moving the elements. That's what I'm hearing. Sorry. That's if I'm right. You're just moving an element. So it's a design. You're saying it's a design change.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So when we make a design change, can I just put that in the contract? We haven't signed the contract yet, right?
No, we need council authorization prior to executing.
Yeah, to sign the contract. So why don't we just sign the contract with the change order already in place right now? That, hey, we're not changing the width or the project, except moving where you're going to do it and maybe the timing on it.
There is additional consideration. We don't have standards in place yet for this, so we would need to look at that. If essentially becomes in some ways a shared use path, right? So now you're potentially looking at a pedestrian bicycle conflict on that. That it would need an engineering analysis. It's not just a field change we can make with the contractor on board. It would require some modification to the design phase.
Could we do a test, like do it as a pilot to see if this was?
We won't be able to go to construction this summer.
Sorry, we won't be able to.
If a design change at this point, when the contractor is almost on board, we've already gone out to bid, we've passed 30, 60, 90, 100% design and final design. The contract's gone out for advertisement and contractors bid on it. If we don't have received council authorization and there's a request for design change, we will not be able to go to construction this summer.
So we go next summer?
Yes.
Because we have to change. So how far along the path are you? Are you at 60%?
This is going to construction next week, if we can. As soon as we get council authorization, we're reviewing submittals. This is going to construction.
Thank you.
Can you, is it possible to come back next summer and adjust what's done, or are we baked once we do this year?
We would not recommend an adjustment like that because you're changing the grade of an elevation. There are other tools if Right now, our policy guidance for that type of a roadway is reaching a bicycle level of traffic stress 3, which this project does. So we're meeting our own policy guidance. If we would like to increase that to a level of traffic stress 2, there are some things that we can do. One of them is a potential speed reduction in the corridor. So there's some different things that we can do in the future as well.
Okay, and then had the council previously approved the design?
The design, no.
Okay, so for future items that are seemingly small, I would be interested in hearing how we go about a process where we're not approving a contract where council hasn't seen the design that they're actually approving, so that we don't run into situations like this again. I imagine this will happen again, and I would like to avoid this unpleasantness.
Sure, we're happy to bring them back. Usually these are pretty small projects, so we do utilize our on-call for programmatic projects. These are meant to be gap projects that we're literally filling in gaps citywide. But we're happy to bring those back in the future for sure.
Okay, City Manager, Mr. City Manager, you have
apologies, team, for jumping in, but one of the things that I want to I think is helpful is to remember that, for things like this, when they get to these bigger stages, we are using our standards that are already in place. And so to your point, we have had council say this is how we want things to be, so that we're not having to try to get to that level of detail when we're bringing contracts to you all. We're trying to get a policy direction that then we can implement as we go. And I think that's what is happening right now. It just so happens that because we're filling gaps in, things are not always aligned on the rest of the corridor, if you will. And if I may make a pitch, this is why corridor studies are so important, is for this very reason. This is kind of at a smaller scale what we're seeing on, and you heard about Sahali tonight from a resident. This is why we need to know what the whole plan is, and therefore when things come up, we can go in and actually implement what the full design is, even if we're only doing one smaller segment, if you will.
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate that. I think one of the challenges might be is that a policy gets approved and we don't exactly know what it looks like, because it's very hard to envision on an actual project. So I don't know how to solve it, but that was my question. And if I certainly don't want to be a designer of sidewalks and other construction projects, but anyway.
We love talking about our projects. We're happy to come back with our smaller programs too.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to miss the window for this particular one, and I don't know that this is a deal breaker, but I know that we've been talking about reviewing the design standards for a while, and so this is where. While these are the existing design standards, they were created a really long time ago. And so I'd be fine with this one, but I think I want to kind of put the brakes on until we have a chance to review it. Because even when we went through the bike ped plan, I'm not comfortable with some of the levels of service, the level of service stress 3 for some of the areas, right? Like I still think that, especially if it's areas where you want to encourage anyone under the age of 20 to ride their bike to school, I think we need more separation. And that doesn't necessarily have to mean a shared path, right? There are ways to put barriers between the bikes and the roadway and still have separation between the sidewalk and the bikes, because we know that there are going to be scooters and things like, motorized scooters or electric scooters and things that we don't want necessarily with the pedestrians. But so I'm okay if to make the motion to say, I move that we go ahead and approve this contract tonight.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
And then I'll speak to it again that I think it's okay for this one, but I think we need to review those standards before we do any more of this stuff, because I think there are things we definitely want to change going forward around the city, so we don't have things that we feel like we have to change before their end of life. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to point out that I have already heard, months ago when this project was first announced, how excited the community is to have this section finished. So that's the plus of it, and that's why we support it anyway. But hope we can do them differently in the future. Yeah. Thanks.
Excuse me, Mayor.
I'm sorry, yes.
I was just going to ask that the motion be read as it appears on page 52 of the packet.
Page 52. Oh my gosh. I'm going. It's coming. Sorry, I'm on the picture, so it's not taking me to the motion. I move that the City Council authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Cali Denny Construction LLC for the Southeast 32nd Street Sidewalk Improvement Project in the amount of $689,032 and authorize a 15% construction contingency of $103,355 for a total authorization of $792,387.
Are you okay with this adjustment, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Second still.
Councilmember Trine.
I won't be voting in favor of this. I will not be voting in favor of this at this time. And the biggest reason is after doing our bike and mobility pedestrian plan, we were promised certain things that were not delivered, and this was definitely one of those things that the community sat in this very room and was very clear about that was something that they desired. And also 2 council members and a planning commissioner were in that meeting. And so at this point, I don't feel like we're doing the right thing here, and so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other lights on. So all those in favor of voting on the motion as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you very much. Up next, we're moving on to council reports and city manager report. First, we'll start with the city manager recruitment services RFP, I believe.
Thank you. I did not see the reason to have Mike stay for this one. I could just do this. So in your packet, you will see, first of all, I want to thank the council for reviewing the RFP for the permanent city manager process. In your packet, you will see the feedback that was received from a couple of you. So thank you for that. Staff doesn't see any issues with incorporating these, but needed to get direction from you all as to whether or not you want to incorporate these changes. And if so, we will go ahead and do this and get this out on the street with the idea that it would go out tomorrow. So happy to answer any questions.
There are no questions. Is there someone who would like to make a motion?
We did not give a formal motion, so if
Yeah,
you...
so I would move to, as I can make the motion, I'll move that the city manager's office submit the RFP as presented in the council packet.
Second.
Great, okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll speak to the motion. I'm looking forward to getting this started and seeing who applies to work with us. We're really fun to work with, if you're listening. I see no other lights on. So with that, we will vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
And I'll work down the line on council reports. I'm sorry. All right, Councilmember Trine.
Yeah, I'm doing something, but I'm finishing up school. So at this point, I'll just say I think sometime on the 23rd, I'm going to Spokane with some other council members for some long conference. So, and I look forward to it with great anticipation. It'll be like a vacation. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Well, I will be attending, along with Councilmember Trine, the AWC conference in Spokane. It's not a vacation, it's a conference. And so that's the 23rd through the 26th. That's it.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yeah, the East Side Transportation Partnership has online meetings on those once a month on Friday, many of those have been turning into in-person, which has been really valuable. I guess it's a question for the council, do we want to host one of those? I mean,
I could go one way or the other. I think it's a question for staff who would have to get here early and set up and all of that. So.
Okay, then I'll work with Mr. City Manager.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, we had our EFR meeting last week. We are continuing to answer a lot of questions and have great discussions on new funding and governance model, potential funding and governance models for Eastside Fire and Rescue. As we discussed tonight with the budget, public safety is a big chunk of every city's budget. We all think EFR is great, and we think they've provided great service, and we want to make sure that they have predictable and steady funding going forward. This week, I have GMPB. The biggest discussion item, I think, is going to be we're looking at the regional centers framework scoping. So we've recently had to approve, the PSRC did a review of all of the different regional and different types of centers, and to find out who was in compliance and who wasn't, and to provide, things that they needed to do to come within compliance. In going through that process, we found where we needed to maybe make some adjustments to what those requirements are, and how to potentially make reasonable exceptions, right? Because sometimes there are reasons why you would still want to allow a thriving regional center to be one, even if it doesn't meet every single criteria. So we're going to start reviewing those things for the next round of review. We're going to also discuss the sales and use taxes for affordable housing, and get an overview on the housing data tool. So that is coming up on Thursday.
All right, so next week I'll be one of the council members at the AWC conference. And then on Monday the 29th, I've got an Eastside Fire and Rescue Finance and Administrative Committee meeting where we talk about the budget. And then, that's it. Deputy Mayor.
So I'm going to welcome all of you to the ribbon cutting ceremony for Planet Fitness on Thursday at 2 o'clock. Day after tomorrow. A couple of us will be there. I think Amy, myself, and Pam are going to attend that event. And then next week I'll be going to the AWC conference, and we also have a Kokanee work group meeting to discuss the budget proposal from them that will come back to the council later. So that's it.
So I also will be at the conference. It seems like every one of us is going. At the tail end of the conference, I'll be attending the Washington Collaborative Elected Leaders Institute training with the mayor and deputy mayor. And in between that, while I'm in Spokane, I'll be going to the PSRC Executive Board meeting, and I'll send out an agenda when I get it.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This week, just want to remind the public that City Hall will be closed in observance of Juneteenth, and we will be lowering the pride flag for Juneteenth and raising the Juneteenth flag for the day in observance. Pride at the Market is this next Wednesday. Market starts at 4 p.m. The Pride celebration starts at 5:30, and would encourage everyone to come out and join us. And then council will have seen in last Friday's update that we appointed a new police chief, Captain Tim Meyer. Very excited to have Captain Meyer start. He starts officially on Saturday. He is slated to come to the July 7th meeting to introduce himself and sort of kick his tenure off here. I do want to thank the council members that joined us in the review process and helped choose Captain Meyer. And I think the team and I think that he's going to do a great job here at Sammamish. So I'm very excited to have him. I've worked with him in the past, and you're gonna enjoy having Captain Meyer around. So with that, back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. We are coming up on 30 minutes to the end of the meeting, but we've got an executive session and a closed session. I want to check with the subcommittee. It's got 15 minutes down as the approximate duration for this executive session. Do you think that is enough time, or should we go for longer? Okay, so 25 minutes? Okay, and so with that, since we've got the closed session after, I think it's best if we move to extend at this point. The closed session, we've got estimated at no time estimated.
That's because a closed session is exempt from the OPMA, and so you don't have to announce an anticipated duration or any of the usual requirements that go with an OPMA covered exemption for an executive session. So it's a technical difference. The meeting can adjourn after you come back following the executive session. If you have any action to take in open session, you can take that action, you can adjourn the meeting, and you can go into closed session.
Okay, so we can adjourn first and then go into closed.
Correct.
Great. Okay, then I think just to be safe, maybe a motion to extend for 15 minutes to 10:15.
I move to extend to 10:15.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. And all right, we are going to go into executive session now pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101G to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment. We anticipate this taking about 25 minutes, and council may take action following the executive session. 25 minutes from now is 9:43. No, it's 9:53. So.
Just say 9:55.
9:55. We will be back at 9:55. Thank you.
Round numbers.
Sorry, folks. We are going to extend to 10:05. Council's going to extend executive session for 5 more minutes. We'll be back at 10:11. City Council is extending executive session to 10:15. All right. The council has, are we on, are we off mute? Okay, perfect. The council has come back from executive session. We need a motion to, is there a motion to extend?
I move we extend for 15 minutes. Is that going to be enough?
If,
Maybe more.
probably, just so we're not rushed, we should probably do
30
we can always
minutes.
use less. Okay, so the motion is to extend to 10:45?
Correct.
30 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to extend to 10:45. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so with that, council will be going back into executive session pursuant to RCW 4230.110.1G to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment. We expect this will take approximately 25 minutes, and we'll return at 10, what is that, 40.
That's right. If you end sooner, it's easier to extend.
Sorry.
Otherwise, you have to just wait it out.
15 minutes oh, I'm sorry, thank you. 15-minute executive session, so we'll come back at 10:30.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Around there?
Yep. Council is going to extend the executive session to 10:40. All right, council has returned from executive session. Would any council member like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move. I move that the City Attorney's Office negotiate a contract for interim city manager services with the GMP firm, recruiting firm, and Andy Parks, and to have such contract ready for council review as soon as possible and by not later than the council's next regular meeting set for Tuesday, July 7th, 2026.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Councilmember Boyer, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think what's fortunate is that we have two outstanding candidates. I am appreciative of what our subgroup did. I think this is a really hard decision that we're making here. I'll be honest. I wish that all of us could have interviewed these people, and I know that wasn't feasible. However, it doesn't change the motion, and I'd still like to move.
Okay, I have Councilmember Stewart up first.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all four of the candidates who came forward, and our subcommittee and the staff who were involved. I think it sounds like we had a lot of very talented candidates, and like Councilmember Boyer, I wish, as I had asked in the previous meeting, that we all had a chance to talk to at least some of the top candidates, because it's really hard to make a decision when you haven't ever had a conversation or met the person even online. So appreciate all that work, and I would look forward to working with whoever we choose, and again, really, truly thank the candidates for putting themselves forward and being willing to come and work with our amazing city. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Are we just giving words to support the motion? Like, what are our comments? Either way.
Anything that you would normally do during a motion, you can speak to the motion, you could,
I'll be supporting this motion. I want to thank everyone involved in this process and thank our candidates for coming forward. Everybody was so unbelievably talented, and we would be lucky to have any of these candidates serve with us, but we only have room for one. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you to our committee, thank you to our staff for all their work, and I look forward to kind of moving this forward.
Councilmember Lamb.
So I was part of the subcommittee that interviewed all four candidates, and I think that all four candidates were very talented, and all of them have a wealth of experience. However, I will not be supporting this motion because I do believe another candidate has the experience and more that I think would have been beneficial to staff. So while I just think that everybody's talented, but I do think one candidate did rise above the other.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank all the candidates that applied as well. We had four good candidates from review of the resumes. I want to appreciate the work of the committee, which this was a very difficult decision. Obvious, a lot of time has been spent discussing it. And I also want to welcome our preferred candidate and hope that we have a new interim here shortly. So thanks to the council also for the process, because it has been a long discussion.
Okay, so I will be supporting the motion. I was on the committee that went through the interview process along with Councilmember Treen and Councilmember Lamb. I feel like we put together a really robust process that I think did did justice by the council. It's unfortunate, as a couple mentioned, that they couldn't all be part of the interview process and hear from them. I think they would have all benefited from that. But I do support this motion, and yeah, I don't see any other lights on. So if no one else would like to speak, then we will vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Thank you, everybody. And with that, we can, we'll be moving
I
on.
move to, do you have to say it first, or can I move?
Motion to, yeah, go for it.
I move to adjourn.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right. Thank you, everybody, for sticking this out. We are going to go into... Okay, council will be going into closed session.
Any decisions that acknowledge reality, not best case scenarios that support a political perspective to a current council might hold. Our community cares deeply about Sammamish